Mic check. Check, 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 check. Check, check. Check, check, check. Mic check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Mic check. Check, 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 check. Check, check. Mic. And he's blah, 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 blah. Test, test, check, check. Test, 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 check, check, test, test. Welcome back to the
The West Coast bass tournament scene has seen its share of hard seasons, but something new is rising. A renewed passion, a new fire, a new standard for what West Coast tournament fishing can be. This is the Super 60.
welcome back everybody to day 2 of the Super 60 on Brownlee Reservoir. And it's a slug fest. These guys are catching some good set for a pretty cool day today. A lot of keepers yesterday coming in. Some good weights. The best anglers from the rest of the year. And these guys just know how to figure it out. But yeah, day 2 of the weekend here. The weather rolled in. We got a little bit of wind. Right nestled next to me. Small amount of fishing. About 58, 60 miles. These guys can go up to the dam. Dammed off in 1958. These guys are looking for structure here. Water to stay stable. So, a lot of guys are on it. Some guys are guys who are out there struggling. So it should be a fun day. take it down. This is blast off this morning. A little bit of weather, like we said. So it's
yesterday it went as planned. Like I said, I was going to throw top water all day, and it kind of played off. It was a slow start, but then I kind of dialed it in. I kind of figured out what they were sitting on and stuff like that. So, and then I got onto a spot at the end of the day, and I think I upgraded 3 times on that spot. But today's different. It's windy. It's blowing on the bank that I've been fishing, so I don't know what's going to look like when I get up there. It's a pretty long run. So excited to get there. I'm going to start on my point where I got the bigger ones, and then I'll go and start throwing some top water or some, I got spinner bait. Windy conditions throw reaction, so and nothing beats a spinnerbait bite with smallmouth. They hit it like a freight train. It's a fun bite. The last 3 fish I caught, I had to fizz them because I caught them so deep. So that's where I'm going to start today. We'll see. If nothing's there, then I'm going to abandon that really quick. Go hit the stuff I caught fish on yesterday, because I caught quite a few throwing some top water. So we'll see what happens today with the wind blowing on it. Might have to switch some things up and maybe even change some areas. So I'm going to stay flexible. And my goal is to hit 15 pounds today. I think that'll put me in the top 5 for weight. Yeah, we'll see.
Stay collected.
I apologize for all the F-bombs. It's kind of natural when you lose a fish in a tournament. It just kind of flies out of your mouth. I'll do better today. Sometimes I forget, I was running live camera all day, but I'll do better today.
It was kind of a struggle bus until about 2:30, and then finally figured these little suckers out a little bit and saved my day. Sitting at 19th, I'm about a pound out of the top 10, so that's very doable. Just need to fish clean today. We kind of screwed ourselves out of keepers, so we're going for the big girls today. I did catch like a 4.5 pounder yesterday, so gonna try to run that pattern and get, I think if I catch 16 to 17, maybe even 15 and a half, I'll have a shot to make that top 10. So I'm excited. Got something for them today, and we're gonna have fun.
Oh my God. Oh, what the hell? Well, that didn't work out very well.
Watching as Kenneth settles into a spot here. But looking over the leaderboard right now, looks like Ty Manarola is off to a quick start on day 2. 4 keepers already. Asher Haynes, 3 keepers. Tyler Madden has 2. Matt Thomas has 2. So some of the guys were rolling.
Oh, you motherfucker.
I'm sure these guys had some stuff set up for day 2, so I'd expect to have some pretty fast starts for some of these guys today.
Might be a keeper. I don't think so. Okay, I gotta fix this.
So guys, today it's pretty limited coverage. Just a kind of a tough area. We initially started with 6 guys running live to begin the event, but as you know, tech issues and things came up, and so we're kind of narrowed down to 2 right now, and one's having a little bit of an issue right now. So we're going to be sticking with Kenneth probably a good chunk of today. Again, this is just kind of a pilot stream. We're testing the leaderboard and just sort of testing the whole configuration of running this live. So coverage is not going to be fantastic off the bat. Should improve
I had a bait
every
on
time,
the floor from
but
yesterday.
as of now, we're just trying to get you guys out in the water, trying to figure this out so we can bring you guys some of the action of
can't
the West
see it.
Coast guys. So anyway, just
No, it's probably under that box.
just
I'll
want to give
figure it out
everyone
in
a heads
second.
up. We're not going to be really panning around and getting too good a coverage today. Apologies for that, but live leaderboard is rolling, so you can check in here and see how the guys are doing. And if you want to watch Kenneth fish, you get to see him probably a good chunk of the day. So thanks, guys, for joining in. Appreciate you. And like I said, everything should get better as we
grab
go.
another one. Oh man, that's nice. Just number one. Oh, my thumbs hurt. Fish is a 285.
Also, for anyone watching, Kenneth Cleveland, he live streams from his personal YouTube account back where he's from, kind of in that SoCal, mid SoCal region. Absolute hammer down there. So he'll go out and practice or fish local events too and stream it. So want to give these guys, some support and kind of get them some coverage and help them however we can. BAM's really about kind of growing everyone's brand together. So, yeah, but Kenneth Cleveland Fishing on YouTube. So check it out. Fun to watch. He's a really great angler, and I've learned a few things already from him. So it's good stuff. All right, so we're still hanging with Kenneth here. Looks like he's getting hooked up quite a bit, losing some fish. It's kind of been the storyline for this event. A lot of guys are talking about lost fish. I mean, almost to the point where they're losing as many as they're catching. So, you know, it's been a frustration. As you saw yesterday, Rich Kraft expressed his frustrations on live, which is hilarious. Yeah, a little bit about the fishery here. So, I want to give a big shout out to Huntington, Oregon, the town here. It's hosting this event. Allowed the BAM Super 60 to come into town and kind of wreak havoc here. We're all enjoying our stay here, and these guys are helping us out. Great event so far. So where these guys are blasting off is about 5 to 7 minutes away from this town, Huntington, at Farewell Bend State Park. So this fishery, kind of how it was explained in the intro, it's a north to south facing river that was dammed off. So you got the Snake River that streams between Oregon and Idaho, and you've got that dam that creates Brownlee Reservoir. And where the guys launch, it's roughly 50 miles north to get to the dam. And believe it or not, the river actually flows north. So that would be downriver. Now, if you leave out of Farewell Bend where we blasted off and you head south, which is upriver towards the Nampa direction, there's a lot of hazards. So guys are not wanting to go that direction, especially the guys who haven't been here or who aren't too familiar with the fishery. But there were some rumors of some of the locals who know a lot of those hazards running up that river, and sounded like guys thought maybe there were going to be some really good bags coming out of there, but didn't see anything big yesterday from the maybe 2 or 3 guys who we heard may run up the river. So as far as where we blast off from, these guys are the best in the West. These guys figure out fisheries very quickly, and so from what we heard, most of the anglers couldn't really find quality or really great numbers from where they blasted off at Farewell Bend 20 miles north. So it seems like most of the guys blasted off and had to run that 20-mile stretch and then start fishing. So you got about 20 miles north of here and then another maybe 30 miles up to the dam where most of these guys are. I'd say 95% of the anglers are kind of up in that area. All right, folks, we are going to take a quick commercial break. Appreciate everyone for tuning in. We'll be back shortly. We're going to run right back in here with Kenneth and stay with him for a while. Again, this is the pilot.
Oh, you fucking... Sorry.
Oh, got some language there. Again, this is the pilot live stream for BAM. So, whole new, brand new production and working on getting everything set up. So, appreciate you guys being patient with us.
Whether you're chasing your next tournament win or just love the sport of bass fishing, Bass Angler Magazine keeps you connected to the heart of the action. Each issue delivers expert techniques from top pros, in-depth tournament coverage, gear insights, and the latest innovations shaping the sport. From learning new patterns to staying up to date on the biggest events in professional bass fishing, Bass Angler Magazine gives anglers the knowledge and edge they need on the water. Subscribe today and stay one cast ahead. Visit bassanglermag.com and join the community of anglers who live and breathe bass fishing.
Quiet, friendly atmosphere. We got some people that are trying to make more accommodations for people to come here. So they come in fishing for weeks at a time. And there's actually 2 boat launches within 5 miles of this town. There's a state park, Harold Bend State Park. They have a boat ramp. And then we have actually 2 RV parks in here. We've got T&T RV Park, and then we have an RV park up here by the hill. We do have an outfit that has tiny homes too. Come down, enjoy it. It should be a fun experience.
Randall and I want to talk to you real quick about choosing the right electronics mount for your bass boat.
And we know the quality and effort that Van Foster has put into this company.
So what you get is a custom fitted mount, not some mass-produced universal mount for every bass boat out there.
Seat pedestal plugs, tool holders, steering wheel spacers, and battery trays are all made with the same attention to detail that Bass Boat Technologies is known for. Check them out at bassboattech.com. You'll be glad you did.
Competitive anglers powered by Mercury Pro XS outboards have won more bass fishing tournaments than all other brands combined. With lightning-quick acceleration, legendary reliability, and lightweight design, Pro XS has everything you need to travel farther, faster, and harder.
All right, welcome back. Sitting in with Kenneth Cleveland. The start of this event yesterday, we had 6 people set up for live. Got one on right now. Let's see. It seems like it's a coin toss about losing these guys this event so far. So. This one seemed like it's hooked up pretty good here. Let's see if you can get in the boat. He's fighting this thing pretty good. It's got to be a keeper. Let's see if he's got any size to it. This one might end up in the box. Let's take a look here.
I don't know anything. Come down there a little bit and just come here. Oh, don't be stupid.
Looks like a pretty nice one. Don't know if he'll make it into the box, but Kenneth Cleveland adds another keeper to his count, which is, what I think his focus is today. So good to get another one. As I was saying with the live, everyone has kind of been testing and learning the setup. So, we've had a lot of guys kind of drop out with tech issues. It was also raining yesterday for a good chunk of the day. This morning it was raining pretty hard at blast off. So, working through the kinks. So we'll be probably, as I stated earlier, sticking with Kenneth most of today. Apologize for the lack of coverage, but it is a brand new kind of program we got. So still in the early testing pilot phases.
I don't understand why this keeps doing this. I mean, I know exactly why, but... fish was 186. Why are they? Good God, there's so many right there. Hurts my feelings that one didn't get bit. So it hurts my feelings that I didn't get a bite on that cast. That was a good cast.
I can definitely relate to that, Kenneth. I just want to welcome everyone joining us in. I appreciate you guys checking out our live stream. And I did want to mention, again, that this is a kind of a brand new production here that the BAM Trail has decided to kind of work up. So still limited on coverage, as you can see. Started with a handful of anglers on this event, but tough area to get good signal up here with networks and with tech difficulties, just kind of on brand new setups for everyone. We're all kind of working those kinks out together and learning it as we go. But the goal is we want to give you guys more content and another way to watch these guys. So be patient with us. Appreciate you guys checking it out, and should improve each event. You know, Mark was saying, who runs the BAM Trail, really has an emphasis on media. So he wants to make sure that this is something that is watchable and enjoyable, and hopefully guys can learn. I mean, these are the best guys in the West out here doing it, so we definitely want to showcase that. Thanks again for joining us. And
I didn't think it was a keeper.
Get back in here with Kenneth.
It wasn't a keeper.
Well, this event is hosted out of Huntington, Oregon. Just want to give a big thanks to them again for hosting us. If you are local in the area and you want to come down and check out the weigh-ins, that will be in downtown Huntington at the park.
Stay on.
3 o'clock Mountain Time.
Just come on.
There's a cook shack here right at the park too,
Just don't do anything.
so there will be
Just get
food and
good.
beverages available.
Little small mouth.
Really good pulled pork and some good food. So come on down and enjoy watching the best anglers in the West Coast weigh in their best 5 fish after a long day at Brownlee Reservoir.
Nick hasn't texted or anything, right?
Well, looks like Kenneth got a good one here on the popper. So he was kind of working in this cove around these submerged trees yesterday and pulling some fish off. So looks like he's back and those fish are reloaded right in there. No, top water's definitely been a good technique for this event so far. I know Rich Kraft was throwing a walking bait on some points, get some good ones, and they're in the cuts. They're back in these coves and pockets. But the fish population here at Brownlee Reservoir is absolutely bananas. So guys are having fun out there, just railing on them. We did hear, as I mentioned earlier, guys are losing about as many fish as they're catching through the day. So it seems like every bite, it's just about a coin toss. And I'm not talking about missing a bite. I'm talking about hooking up and then losing a fish. And talked to some of the anglers this morning. It doesn't seem that they're really getting broken off all that much. It just seems like the hooks are kind of pulling out. So
165.
I don't know if these fish are just kind of nipping, not really, eating and committing. So maybe just kind of a little bit of short striking going on with the bites. So as an angler, you get a bite and you feel a good fish on, and it's an event where it's a 50% chance you're going to get it to the boat. Makes for a nervous fish fight. So you're going to notice these guys today. If you're watching Kenneth on every bite, if he feels a good one on there, he starts wishing and praying that he's going to make it in. Anyone out there joining in, we're curious here at the BAM crew where people are joining us in from. Want to see if there's any locals checking it out. Feel free. We'd love to hear about it. So if you want to drop a comment, let us know where you're listening from. Just kind of want to see what that looks like. Again, thanks for joining in, guys, as we test and build up this production. for anyone watching too, we just want to let everyone know if you did want to get involved with the BAM event, we do have the Pro-Am series that BAM puts on, which is open to anyone. Anyone wants to sign up for that. You get paired with a pro, and it's a minimum 2-day event. You get to fish 2 days with 2 separate pros, and then if you're in the top 10, you get to fish as a co-angler on the 3rd day with someone that is also in the top 10 on the pro side. Great way to learn. The way I kind of see it, I've done a few myself. The way I kind of see it is it's like a discounted guide trip. And you're competing, and you also get a chance to win some money. So, pretty cool event. We also host the kayak circuit as well at BAM. So if anyone is a kayak angler on the West Coast or looking to get into that, BAM covers that area as well. Really kind of spreading out and trying to host events in different areas just to cover everyone. Just want to thank everyone for joining us again. If you just recently tuned in, welcome in to the BAM Super 60 live broadcast. This is a new production and we're testing it out. Super 60 right now, today, and this weekend are at Brownlee Reservoir. This is a stretch of the Snake River that was dammed off about 1958 or so. It's primarily a smallmouth fishery. The reservoir borders Idaho and Oregon, just north of Nampa, maybe about an hour or so. A lot of these guys have not been here. So the way the Super 60 works is that there is a cutoff from fishing wherever the event is listed 30 days before the event. So some of these guys were able to make a trip up more than 30 days ago to practice. Most of them for the first time that they've been here. Super 60 has a pretty heavy California base. So I would say probably about 80% of the anglers, if not more, are from California. A lot of NorCal guys, especially. But a lot of those guys have just never been to Brownlee, so this is a brand new fishery. And the common thread yesterday was that everybody loves it. It sounds like it fishes really well. They were finding fish everywhere. Of course, you know, quality smallmouth is just an absolute blast to catch. So the guys are really enjoying it. And we had some really cool catches yesterday, even on live, where these smallmouth were getting hooked up in 20-25 feet of water and just absolutely flying to the surface and catching, you know, 4 to 5 feet of air sometimes. So a pretty special way to catch them, and the guys are just having a blast out here. So I want to thank Huntington, Oregon again for bringing us in, hosting the event, and for all the accommodations. It's been a great time here. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break and hear from some of our sponsors. Big thanks to Bass Boat Technologies, Tackle Warehouse, Texas Boats, Fort Fairfield, StoreQuest. Those are the people that make it happen and allow the BAM Trail to put these events on. So huge shout out to them. Also, again, the town of Huntington, Oregon. Be right back after these messages.
Hey folks, Pro Bass Fisherman Mark Lassane here. My garage was completely cluttered with outdoor gear. But then I discovered StoreQuest self-storage. Now check out my space. It's like my own personal oasis. All my fishing rods, my gear, have a home away from home. With everything neatly organized, I can spend more time doing what I love. Thanks to my StoreQuest unit, I've decluttered my life and made room for adventure.
Competitive anglers powered by Mercury Pro XS outboards have won more bass fishing tournaments than all other brands combined. With lightning quick acceleration, legendary reliability, and lightweight design, Pro XS has everything you need to travel farther, faster, and harder.
At Black Bear Diner, we believe a great meal should feel like a warm hug, like our Bear's Choice breakfast. Start with 2 farm-fresh eggs, cooked just the way you like. Choose from our one-of-a-kind sweet cream pancakes, homemade biscuits and gravy, or indulge in cinnamon roll French toast. Add your choice of thick-cut smoked bacon or homemade sausage patties. That's a Bear's Choice, your very own warm bear hug.
Good old-fashioned family food, Black Bear Diner.
Tackle Warehouse has everything you need to get out and catch more bass. Rods for every application or technique. Over 1,000 reels to choose from. Monofilament, braid, and fluorocarbon lines. A massive selection of baits from the smallest to the largest. Exclusive baits and colors only available at Tackle Warehouse. Everything you need to build or customize your favorite lures. And of course, countless options to store it all. Tackle Warehouse. Click, save, fish.
Quiet, friendly atmosphere. We got some people that are trying to make more accommodations for people to come here. So they come in fishing for weeks at a time. And there's actually 2 boat launches within 5 miles of this town. There's a state park, Harold Bend State Park. They have a boat ramp. And then we have actually 2 RV parks in here. We've got T&T RV Park, and then we have an RV park up here by the hill. We do have an outfit that has tiny homes too. Come down, enjoy it. It should be a fun experience.
Okay.
Welcome back to the BAM Super 60 at Brownlee Reservoir. Hosted
I
at
don't really
Huntington,
like
Oregon.
this bank for what I'm doing, but right here up around the corner is more of what I'm looking for. The stretch that we just came down or finished on right here is flatter and doesn't obviously have as much contour and depth to it, which is easier to understand where they're going to be, and they can't slide out, and they're either up on the bank or they're deeper where they're not going to eat it anyways. So it's definitely easier to target them like this on steeper banks where you can target ambush points and high percentage areas. And Another thing is understand the speed that you can reel your spinner bait at without blowing it out or making it lean over to the side and not look natural. Pick the popper up. You know, just we all get in the habit sometimes of fishing too fast. When either we catch a fish or we lose a fish, we get excited, frustrated, start reeling that bait too quick, and that thing, it wants to lay over and not swim correctly, and it'll cost you more bites. So understand the bait and how it needs to be worked. I really thought that was going to get bit right there. It's hot in there. And I got 2 sweatshirts on because it was cold this morning.
Well, it looks like it's starting to clear up out there a little bit. The sun's poking through a little.
Interested to see what the keeper count
Kevin's
looks
feeling
like
that
today
too.
for everybody. The amount of pressure we had on this lake yesterday.
Clouds kinda clear out.
Weather conditions. I mean, it was 90 degrees 3 days ago. Now it's supposed to be 65 or something today. Blow pretty hard today. I don't think there's any more rain coming, but I gotta clean that. With a towel. It'll be interesting. 70 guys fish this thing, or I think we have 67 this tournament. I left it back here. 67 guys that understand how to catch fish, and interested to see how they hold up to the pressure, the fish, the fishing pressure, and then just the weather change. We're off. Sweet. Oh, holla. Okay, well now that he's gone, I can do this.
And just like Kenneth was talking about, it's a big variation of weather for this year, or this event, I should say. Seems like it's been fairly stable for a while, and then right as this event was approaching, there was a pretty big cool down. So Kenneth was mentioning it was about 90 degrees Friday or Friday, and it's cooled down to about a high of 60 or 61 today in this area. So that's a massive temperature.
How full is that?
30 degrees in about a day and a half. So, yeah, interesting. Guys were kind of worried. They didn't know what the fish were going to do, what the bite was going to do. Completely different conditions from when guys did come up here and practice. So as a bass angler, anytime you see those changes, the instability in the weather, typically, for the most part, it's not a great thing. Stable conditions usually mean a good bite. So a lot of times when you do have that variance, you have to adjust. You have to be good on figuring out something different. Fish are always going to for the most part, someone's going to figure them out. They're going to eat something somewhere. It's just a matter of
Gotta get that weight out of there.
making
so
the
we
right
can
adjustments, reading the conditions,
try to get
reading
up
the
on
water,
pad.
reading the fish.
Changing props was a dumbass
figuring out
idea.
how to get those bites. And sometimes you might only get a handful of bites, but you know they're out there. Very rarely will you see an event where someone doesn't catch them. And with that sun poking out, I'm sure that's a welcome sign for these anglers. It was a bit chilly this morning, so I'm sure these guys are happy to start warming up a bit. Let's see if that bite warms up too.
Let's see if we can't get the boat to do its job.
One look and you'll know. These fired-up next-gen machines are engineered like no other. Precision-tuned to excel under pressure, Vexus boats have revolutionized what quality, performance, innovation, and a true rough water ride can be. Check out the long list of advantages at VexusBoats.com. After all, some things turn your head, others ignite your soul.
It's the moment when everything is on the line and precision, power, and control make all the difference. A moment over 20 years in the making, anchored on loyalty, trust, and support. that goes beyond all expectations. A relentless pursuit of perfection. All born from a revolutionary idea to help you rule the water. Power Pole.
I'm pretty sure he ate it with no weight on it. Yeah. I gotta keep them. Oh, I missed him. Shocker.
All right, guys. I want to thank everyone for joining in and watching the live broadcast today. We're going to take a little intermission. So I'm going to post a Be Back Soon screen here for just a little bit. And make a few changes actually to the leaderboard and try to refresh that and see if I can get that. Looks like it's not quite accurate. So yeah, we're going to see if I can work that out. And as soon as I can make a change, I'll come back in. And like I said earlier, we're just kind of sticking with Kenneth today. We had a couple guys started out with live, but technical difficulties and network difficulties and stuff in this area. So, yeah, appreciate everyone checking it out though, and we'll keep improving as we go. So, yeah, we'll be back. I would say at the latest, maybe 10 minutes or so. Thanks for joining, and I'll be back shortly. Come back. Welcome back to the Super 60 at Brownlee Reservoir, Huntington, Oregon. We're live today on the water, spending some time with give you a flyover, kind of the area Canada's working in. So ran north ways. Been working a couple areas with some trees, some pockets. All right. Oh, look at that. Looks like we got him back on just in time. He's hooked up. I mean, the numbers of catches is just astronomical. I think we have over 1,200 bass submitted now on our scoreboard, and those are just keepers. So I mean, these guys are just absolutely demolishing them, which is a lot more fun to catch them, even if they're small, than not catch them. You know, we've had some events in the last 6 months or so where guys were just looking for 5 to 7 bites a day. And we're hoping they were lucky enough to hook up on those bites. So that was a good day when you're getting bit and catching them.
Oh, you dog. I thought it broke my line to the weight. They're not happy. Or they're having a party. Come on. Understand why they aren't eating. Just a little wee baby.
Looks like Kenneth's hooked up again here. Let's see if we can get another keeper. Looks like it's going to be short. That's just a crazy game of numbers today. Oh, I was wrong. Sorry about that. I was actually looking at a different display. There's a little delay here on the broadcast side, so you guys actually saw that catch before I did on the screen I was looking at. So I was looking at the wrong screen. But I'm sure he'll be hooked up shortly anyways. For the leaderboard, went in and checked it out, and it looks like so we're integrating with the app that the anglers are using to submit their fish. And so there's an integration issue, so I'm waiting on a gentleman to see if he can look into it. So just drawing it. I think it's pulling the numbers from day 2 at Havasu, it looks like. So we'll try to get that cleared up as quickly as possible. Again, for any new viewers tuning in, just wanted to say thanks for checking out the live stream. Limited coverage today. We only have one angler live right now. We started the event with 6, but due to technical issues, we're down to 1. So the rain, storm that kind of rolled through and everything didn't help. And of course, just the area around here is kind of a blackout area as far as service. So doing what we can, mostly testing the production here and just trying to get things dialed in. We want to absolutely expand coverage for the viewers and try to get you guys out on the water for the live show moving forward. So kind of working through the kinks here and able to test some stuff out, and just going to keep improving as we go. So just want to let everyone know in case they were maybe not getting what they expect, but just want to say, you know, we'll keep improving, do what we can, the best we can, and hopefully give you guys a program to enjoy.
Oh, man. What? supposed to eat it. Your grandma was, or your mom. It's the only thing I haven't done. Ouch. Yet.
All right, good news, folks. We got the leaderboard squared away. So it's coming through and refreshing right now. You're seeing Nick Wood and Jake Arbuckle up top. So, yeah. So we're pulling the right numbers now, and we're getting results from today. Keep in mind, yesterday's numbers, as far as weights go, are locked in. That's something that after weigh-in, everything completely locks. For the broadcast, we have a conversion scale, basically, that we're using to provide somewhat of unofficial results. I'll explain the way that works. So if you catch a 15-inch fish, you submit it into the app. The anglers submit all their keepers into the app via a picture on a belly board. However, they don't weigh the fish and submit that. They'll weigh it so they know their best 5, and they'll track that on their boat personally. However, it's not something that is necessary for them to submit in the app. They can, but it's not required by BAM. So we just aren't putting them. We're not making it necessary for them to have to do that. They already have to do a lot by taking pictures of every keeper and submit it. So that said, we built basically a general conversion scale. And when I say we, I'm talking about e-tournament, something we kind of work together with them on. And yeah, so if you catch a 15-inch bass right now, it's essentially giving it a weight associated with its length, which is not going to be fully accurate. It's just kind of as close as we can guesstimate. So,
what's that?
Well, yeah, so that's going to be unofficial. But it should be generally close. course, that's till we go to Clear Lake, where the 15-inchers are about a pound heavier than anywhere else. So we'll have to have probably a separate Clear Lake conversion scale.
Oh, I don't know. What was it supposed to happen?
I don't like it up here.
It's funky.
Another thing.
Yeah, this is the furthest I've been up, but I don't. You got them again today? What do you have today? What?
I got 8.
10, I think. I know. I changed props last night, trying to get more lift, cause the boat was running like a dog yesterday, and now I can't hardly get it to get on pad. Yeah, for sure. I tried that, it didn't work. No, I figured, what I did was I took and I drained the live well, got it below halfway. Oh, Jesus, Kenneth. Go that way.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'll be all right. I think.
Well, you can't really call, but
Right.
I'm gonna run up that way. I'll swing back by, make sure you're good.
Thank you. No, he had 33, I think.
One other thing to note on the leaderboard is that Brownlee Reservoir specifically has very little signal out on the lake. So depending on the provider and where the guys are at, a handful of them will get service. And if they get service, their submissions will all go through. So it's just a matter of passing through areas that have service once in a while, or if you're fishing in an area that has service. But there are guys who are fishing in areas who won't have signal all day long. So anything they're catching right now or today won't update until they get back to an area with service. So keep that in mind with the leaderboard, that it's not truly reflecting the day everyone might be having. So that might be something just specific for Brownlee.
Yes, sir.
Eat the stupid bait. Oh.
Got dinner.
I hate these things.
There you go, Michelle. Got your catfish.
These things will poke you. If anybody's watching, I hate catfish. Maybe that's why those ones aren't eating. Freaking catfish. This make me mess everything up. Hooey. All right. Some fry. All right, let's blow this popsicle stand. See if we can get back on pad. That'd be awesome if one ate it right there. got cold again over here.
Once again, just wanted to let everyone know, if you're tuning back in from earlier, the live leaderboard is now reflecting accurate numbers. Once again, not everyone has signal, but for the guys that are in signal range whose submissions are going through, this leaderboard is updated.
Good timing for the live, I think. Yep. Well, what's going on, guys? We just pulled up to a cliff wall here, kind of like we were doing this morning, and wind's blowing on it. Throw spinnerbait on it for a while and see if we can catch us a couple of. Haven't, they're acting weird, the worm fish, and I can't get them to eat the way that we got them to eat yesterday, which is, I mean, obviously, you kind of expect that, right, with, the weather change again, and sorry, guys. Oh, snap. Oh, he just spined me. Good Lord. But anyways, so I'm just trying to make do with what we got and fish the conditions, and I know it's been tougher on a handful of guys. I talked to a guy who had a lot of keepers yesterday, and he only has 8 to this morning so far, so I think this is number 11 here, I believe. It doesn't help us weight-wise, but adds to the keeper count for sure. So, I know we had 27 yesterday, so want to catch at least 20 today, stay in check range, and figure out how to get the drop shot fish to go again. That would help us a bunch, but just gonna do this for a little while. think we talked about it yesterday, but just spinnerbait setup, Phoenix Recon Elite 744. I throw it on a 744 or 764. I already had it tied 744 when I was practicing at the Columbia, so I just left it on there. Rod makes a really good chatterbait rod also. Of course, now the sun's gonna come out. But if it slicks off enough, we'll just go back to a fluke style bait and keep at it. This weather is kind of bipolar. It was hot, then it got cold. I put a sweatshirt back on, and now the sun's poking its head back out and acts like it doesn't know what it wants to do. Like we talked about earlier, just trying to key in on key ambush points. I don't know if that one's gonna go 14 or not. It'll be close, but right where you're supposed to be. Outside edge of a bush. Bait gets pushed around it. Not that there's shad here, but you know, crappie, whatever. Always close. No, a little short. Doing the worm deal and trying to live scope them and stay with them as they're moving. They're kind of, you know, like that, what we started on this morning, what we caught a bunch off yesterday. And those fish are just roaming, and they're roaming around the tops of points, and they're eating what I assume is baby crappie or baby perch or something. It's really small, like legitimately less than a ½ inch long, and just getting them to react and follow a drop shot down and eat it. But it's time consuming, and you got to make a million casts to, you're not covering any ground, and when they get into a negative mood, it makes it that much harder. So try to be as productive as we can, covering as much water on fish that are in position to eat by throwing a spinnerbait and, you know, down these types of walls, and these fish that are up here are wanting to eat. At least they're in position to eat. Oh, this is gonna be funny. A bluegill. Pretty little thing. Wish I had something out to flip back in that tree with. thought we were gonna get bit right there. Hopefully the wind isn't too bad. I've got the little fuzzy thing on the mic and wind's hitting my back, so hopefully it's not terrible for you guys. Appreciate Bass Angler Magazine, Mark and his crew giving us the opportunity to live stream like this, and you know, obviously you're watching it on theirs most likely. So
all right, everybody.
If you would,
this is Rick
I'll do a
Cox
shameless plug here.
A little bit of commentary.
Trying to grow my YouTube channel a little, so
watching the live feed
at
that
Kenneth
our weigh-in is
Cleveland
going to start
Fishing
at
on
3
YouTube.
o'clock.
So
and then we're going to have 8 flights, and the last flight will come in at 4:10.
same thing on social media, Kenneth Cleveland Fishing, Facebook, Instagram.
Absolutely.
This might be too clear for the spinnerbait on this side. One more. Did I say that? A 10-incher eats it. Another short. Another short. Throwing the fluke style bait on a 7-1 medium heavy Phoenix feather. In my opinion, the feathers run a power lighter than they're labeled, which isn't a problem. I mean, just knowing it. So it's the same rod. I'll throw a shaky head on, or you know, anything like that. As I get it stuck in the bush. That's gonna get broke. getting me. Go back to the spinnerbait. Catching too much air. Little one hit it first cast. Another bluegill trying to eat it. That was a bad cast.
Thanks everyone again for tuning in. Appreciate everyone stopping by, checking out the broadcast, trying to get this dialed in and get things fixed up to bring you guys a good program. You guys heard Rick Cox actually jump on for a little bit. He may be
Bluegill at it again.
Commentating more of this. I would love to pass that to Rick. He's great at that stuff. Either way, happy to give you guys some stuff in there. We are actually. I wanted to get to that one question. So BAM does have a decent amount of events up in this area between here and the Columbia River. But this is the first event at Brownlee, but it's gone great and very happy with being
It's
here.
another bluegill. This is impressive.
In the town of Huntington, so hopefully we can make it back. We're having a great time
Or
here.
sunfish, whatever this thing is. They're pretty. I don't really want to catch them.
We are going to go to a quick commercial break and hear from our sponsors, but stay tuned and we'll have Rick Cox jump in here a little bit more and we'll be back with Kenneth. Again, sorry for the lack of coverage from the guys. I've mentioned this a few times today if you've been watching, but we had 6 live setups at the beginning of the event, but with some weather coming in and the area being challenging as far as service and signal and some tech difficulties, we're down to just Kenneth today. So Kenneth getting a lot of action, and also want to mention that Kenneth does live stream from his own personal YouTube as well. Kenneth Cleveland Fishing. So if you'd like to,
Yeah, if anybody watching, we'll be up at the Columbia River end of next month, last weekend in July, and BAM's got an observer program where you get to go out with one of us and do some media probably for them and take pictures or whatnot. Run a GoPro camera for them if they've got it on somebody in the top 10, but mainly you just get to see how guys do things, how guys approach stuff, and maybe you might learn something. So it's a good deal. I know the guys that I've talked to that have done it really enjoyed it. So if you're interested in that, reach out to Michael or Mark and they'll get you all squared away.
There you heard it, guys. Would love to have you join up in a FAM event. Anyone's open to sign up as a co-angler for the Pro-Ams and have a great experience learning behind the best guys in the West. With that, we're going to go ahead.
This bluegill are getting me.
I was going to say we're going to have to stay on for this catch, but maybe a short strike or bluegill. But we're going to take a quick commercial break. So thanks for tuning in, and we'll be back shortly.
Whether you're chasing your next tournament win or just love the sport of bass fishing, Bass Angler Magazine keeps you connected to the heart of the action. Each issue delivers expert techniques from top pros, in-depth tournament coverage, gear insights, and the latest innovations shaping the sport. From learning new patterns to staying up to date on the biggest events in professional bass fishing, Bass Angler Magazine gives anglers the knowledge and edge they need on the water. Subscribe today and stay one cast ahead. Visit bassanglermag.com and join the community of anglers who live and breathe bass fishing.
At Black Bear Diner, we believe a great meal should feel like a warm hug, like our Bear's Choice breakfast. Start with 2 farm fresh eggs, cooked just the way you like. Choose from our one-of-a-kind sweet cream pancakes, homemade biscuits and gravy, or indulge in cinnamon roll French toast. Add your choice of thick-cut smoked bacon or homemade sausage patties. That's a Bear's Choice. Your very own warm bear hug.
Good old-fashioned family food, Black Bear Diner.
It's the moment when everything is on the line and precision, power, and control make all the difference. A moment over 20 years in the making, anchored on loyalty, trust, and support that goes beyond all expectations. A relentless pursuit of perfection. All born from a revolutionary idea to help you rule the water. Power Pole.
Quiet, friendly atmosphere. We got some people that are trying to make more accommodations for people to come here. So they come in fishing for weeks at a time. And there's actually 2 boat launches within 5 miles of this town. There's a state park, Harold Bend State Park. They have a boat ramp. And then we have actually 2 RV parks in here. We've got T&T RV Park, and then we have an RV park up here by the hill. We do have an outfit that has tiny homes too. Come down, enjoy it. It should be a fun experience.
So let's take a look at a section of the Brownlee Reservoir that Kenneth has set up on his north. Most of the guys are up in this area landing on the better fish. All right, let's join back in with Kenneth here and see how he's doing. Looks like he's running some bank, trying to get some reaction.
Fish are spawning or something.
Some reaction strikes. They're on a spinnerbait right now, so let's see if he can
looks like
get on
spawning up
something
underneath that bush, but it's weird. I was surprised I saw some fry earlier. Got a spinnerbait stuck in the bush. Retie real quick. Switch back to the fluke. It's pretty clear through here. I've seen 2 follow it already on those 3 casts. Getting good at catching trees today. Cool if I could catch a couple more bass. I don't even need big ones, just 14 inchers. Just happened. The reel just locked up for a second. It was weird. Oof. I would have thought that would have been a bite. Well, we have the opportunity. I'd like to thank the companies that support me and KCSI Aerial Patrol. You know, if you guys need private flights, you need anything patrolled, they're in the Bakersfield areas where, you know, their office is, but they've got offices all over the country. They can get you anywhere you need to go. It's funny, guys give me crap for it, but I've got two good buddies of mine that both own pool companies, and you know, their families do, and they've always supported me. And it's Cali Custom Pools and Grecian Pools. If you're, you know, you're within a couple hours of the Bakersfield area and you need a pool built, work done on your pool, give them a call. Really good guys, do a great job. From your standard, you know, basic built pool to whatever you could possibly imagine, those guys can get it taken care of for you. 5-1 Trucking, Ryan and Dusty, ag hauling there, so in the Bakersfield area. So if you need anything hauled, give them a call. GSM Outdoors with RoboWorm, Yamamoto, Phoenix Rods.
All right, everyone, we're going to
say thank you to Angelo.
About a 2-minute intermission, and we're going to come back.
They're always there to help me when I need something.
Director Michael Bray. So stand by, just give us a couple minutes.
Ben Green Insurance. I know I talked about him this morning, but
covered shortly.
If you need insurance, I can promise you there's nobody better. Switch back to the fluke. It's pretty clear through here. I've seen 2 follow it already on those 3 casts. getting good at catching trees today.
You can lead them on.
Cool if I could catch a couple more bass. I don't even need big ones, just 14 inchers.
All right, everyone tuning in, just want to say thanks again for joining us. We're back in studio here, and we're actually joined with Tournament Director Michael Bray. Bray, welcome into the studio. How's it going today?
It's been good. Thanks for having me. I mean, if you've been watching along on the live stream, it's been pretty exciting out there. There's consistent action all week long. And not only that, but there's some big fish being caught and a lot of them. So I don't know how it's going to shake out yet, but I definitely think weigh-in's going to get a lot of attention because we're on a pretty special body of water.
Absolutely. Everything positive so far from what I've heard. The guys are having a blast out there, and seems like it's been a pretty popular destination for the Super 60 thus far. What are your thoughts on that, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, the city of Huntington has welcomed us with open arms. We appreciate the communities that do have that sort of effect with us. It definitely goes a long way in making the anglers feel like they're really getting the experience that they came out here for. Also the same with just the amenities out here. It's a little bit out in the middle of nowhere, but again, these anglers are being treated real well. We've had food presented at the weigh-ins every day. We've had just the opportunity to connect with the locals out here, and we actually have a community that comes out here and supports us. So it's a very unique destination, and when you're catching 48 keepers in one day, it's really hard to have a bad time out here. So it's pretty exciting, and our format makes it that much more exciting because no one's ever out of it.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And for people who don't know, I'm working with you guys on the media side, and so I wouldn't even say a first-hand look, but almost a second-hand look at what you guys have to deal with on the back end for one of these tournaments, which I find so interesting. There's so many parts to this, so many pieces, and every event presents unique challenges for you and Mark and the guys and the staff and everyone. Talk about some of the challenges you've ran into for Brownlee and how you're kind of working through those.
I think it's a challenge across the board out here, and it's the fact that there's such limited cell service and Wi-Fi availability. I mean, our live streaming, it's pretty unique that we're able to do it, and we have Starlink set up in a handful of boats out here. But in terms of what we're doing on the back end, I mean, we're trying to make a media production here. It's a TV show. But it's very challenging to run, 50 miles to get down to the Powder River, and then they can run up into that arm, they can run down to the dam, and they can run upriver. So the geological conditions up here are very unique with the amount of structure in the water, and I think if you stay tuned, you'll see something pretty interesting happen. But it's just a place that has a lot of high risk and high reward, and that's why we wanted to come here, showcase a body of water that is unique. It's got fantastic fishing, and it doesn't get the recognition it deserves. I mean, any fishery that has 5 to 6 pound smallmouth coming out of it and multiple smallmouth with the numbers that it has here is just something that's very hard to find. So, yeah, it's been fun. We've been trying to showcase media live throughout the event, but it's a little bit challenging being able to showcase a good product aside from the live broadcast, which Nick's been doing a great job at. And, yeah, we're just going to keep getting better at it every time. That's all we can do.
Yeah, that's one of the things. I mean, this is a brand new production, and this live deal is not easy. It's a lot of moving parts. I mean, we got guys out on boats zooming around the lake all day long, and we're trying to bring in live video footage that's decent quality for the fans, and of course, for us to provide some insight as well. So, it's one of those things where you got to start somewhere. Yeah. And I think that's what we're doing. And speaking of starting somewhere, I know this year you've sort of launched a few new projects of your own. You're a big fan of the sport and the industry. Talk about kind of what you have going on.
Yeah, so this year I started Bray's Outdoor Productions. It's basically a bass fishing podcast called The Blast Off with Bray. We're highlighting the story of the Western angler is the goal of it, and I just worked this week. I met up with an individual that's helping me get a website set up. I've got a great guy that's helping me do the production behind the scenes. And he's actually out of Merced, California, Steadfast Studios. So we're just doing something to try and showcase anglers just a little bit more, and that's what we need on the West Coast. There's so many amazing stories out here that don't really get broadcasted. I mean, you can type in bass fishing, and there's great television productions from Bass Nation and FLW and everything back in the early 2000s. But it's kind of a drought right now, and aside from the BAM productions that are out there, the old Apex videos that you can watch, there's not a whole lot of information about the stories of the Western angler. And if I can bring a little bit more of that to light and have guests on that have stories and experiences that can help build the next generation, then I think it's worth the little bit of time and sacrifice it takes to make a quality production.
Absolutely. You know, that's something I noticed too, being a West Coast guy and falling in love with the sport and the industry of bass fishing. You notice pretty quick once you get into it that the East Coast has a really established scene, a very highly respected scene, and they've done a great job. But there are some strong roots here on the West Coast, and damn good anglers, I'd say. So it's nice to kind of see if we can build up and lift up these guys and really kind of show their abilities and knowledge and stuff like that. So I'm with you. I think that's great. I think it's just creating more platforms and everything. So you and Mark Lassang are kind of my introduction into BAM, coming in late last year. And I know you guys do quite a bit of travel. You went to ISE and ICAST. Oh. Uh-oh.
And there was the scene we were waiting for. If you're just tuning in right now, there was a little bit of a mix-up that happened.
Smell it.
It's that quick to really change your day out here on Brownlee Reservoir. The geological factors just played a major factor for Kenneth Cleveland, where he just lost his lower unit, and that is not good. We have a rescue team in play at the moment. And there's a lot going on to support our anglers, and that's another
Broke
thing
lower
that
unit.
really tries to push themselves
Just
in.
broke a lower unit.
Doing everything we can to support the anglers out here that are supporting us. So if you didn't notice...
Oh, man. That's rough.
Yeah, it is rough. If you didn't notice, there's we have individuals like in Kenneth's situation. We already gave away multiple props in the last 2 events over the week and a half. And we've got our camera boat that's actually a certified Canyon Marine vendor out here. So Kenneth will get taken care of, but it's going to really affect his mentality going out the rest of the day of fishing.
You see, that's the crazy part to me, is if you just saw Kenneth went to make a run, he just slowed down and said he
break lower unit.
His lower unit broke his lower unit. And to me, I'm just like still in shock. And Bray's already thinking solutions. How do we fix this? That just really goes to show that some of the BAM staff, they've gone through this before, and this is just kind of another deal for them. But yeah, what a bummer for Kenneth. Having a pretty good day, and man, he's a good distance away from from the Farewell Bend Marina State Park that the guys are launching out of. So not sure. He said he was further north than he had been even yesterday. So I'm not sure what his plan is. So what does he do at this point? I mean, does he get a tow back, someone bring his fish, or what's kind of the plan from here now?
So based on his location, he's got a little bit of a tricky situation. He's about 5 minutes up from the Powder River, which is about 49 miles from Farewell Bend.
God.
That is not an easy run you can do, especially on your trolling motor, if that's the case. I mean, he's going to check out his prop, see if it's fixable, but from the way that impact looked and from his current dialogue, it looks like he's got the option of working with our camera guys, where we can send someone down there to pick up his dad, who's also his media guy for this event, because he is doing this live stream presentation, and it's something unique where our anglers do have a lot of media content.
What's up, man?
So if he's able to get that figured out,
I don't know. I was taking off, and it acted like it spun a hub, and there was black, like smells like lower unit oil, but
you're listening in here.
But like when I put it in gear, if I put it in gear, the prop's locked. But if it turned on, it won't do anything. The motor will just rev up. And it's a metal hub, so it's not like I spun a hub. That's the only thing I could think is it broke the prop shaft or spun the, like, ate the prop shaft.
Yeah, so Kenneth's on the back deck now. He's checking out his motor and kind of explaining what's going on. But what he's talking about is you can spin a hub within your prop on the inside of the prop, sort of the components that help the prop operate. You can spin a hub where it's an easier fix. And in some of these instances where you're not, it's just essentially it's spinning, but it's not grabbing on like almost like teeth to the prop to spin it. It's just free spinning. So so he's realizing right now that
because that's in forward.
That he blew his lower unit, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we'll let him do his thing on the back. So Bray, at this point he can work with the camera boat to potentially. Is that something that they can maybe coordinate to meet him at a certain time and run his fish in and for him?
Yeah, so I have a feeling from what he's talking about, he'll be letting us know very shortly. And I've already got some ideas of what the plan is, but more than likely he's going to have to get his media guy picked up, get to his trailer about 45 minutes away, and then make an hour-and-a-half drive around to the other side of the lake while Kenneth is positioning his boat to go get picked up near the dam.
You think it's an inappropriate time to ask if Kenneth can turn his camera around right now?
Yeah, I don't know if it's quite the feel that he's looking for.
Yeah.
But if you guys are watching, give him a little bit of support in the comments. He can use it.
Let's just anyone who's watching, if you can open up Kenneth Cleveland Fishing on his YouTube and maybe subscribe to him or follow his social media. Hey, a lower unit. I mean, this guy's out here fishing hard and running around in the lake he's never been to. Let's give these guys some support. That's what they're doing this for. So they're helping Michael and I with this program, building up the live stream. So I've been working with these guys for the last month or so to really get stuff set up. A lot of challenges, but these guys have been great. So yeah, Bray, that's just you're in a whole different mindset when it comes to these things. You go directly to solutions, and I sit here and just feel bad for the guy for too long, and I guess that's why we're in the different positions we're in.
Hey, we're in the positions that we're good at, and you're making a live stream that you're able to showcase the Western angler, just like what we're all trying to do here, which is grow the sport and show it in real time with high quality. And I mean, the fact that we're even able to do this in a body of water that you can't even make a phone call to him right now is a pretty unique thing.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, it's a challenging space out here. We've had a couple issues yesterday. Aaron Britt broke down, unfortunately, a little bit further back from where Kenneth is currently at, and he had to have that 3-hour process to get back up here to Huntington, Oregon to get ready for day 2. And luckily, he had an angler, Brian Smith, who picked up his fish, got those weighed in for him. And luckily, keeper count, the other portion of our format, still is in play. So even if Kenneth has a good day today, just like Britt had 43 fish yesterday,
right,
they still have a chance to fish tomorrow.
Right.
Well, I guess you can text Nick and tell him we're going to be fishing down the bank for a while.
Oh, I see you, buddy.
Bored.
I see you, buddy. So Bray, on that, Britt breaking down and things of that nature. And I kind of touched on this earlier in the show, but this is also a pretty unique location for a BAM event, just because it is such a kind of a rough area as far as data and service and stuff like that. So as we have the leaderboard here, it's great, but it's also, this is a specific location where that's not fully reflecting the everything that's updated. So talk about that. I mean, is that when you guys learn, when you're starting to plan this event, you learn there's no signal here. I mean, are there precautions or plans set in place a little bit different than the normal location, or what do you guys think about when you hear about a kind of a dark hole like this?
Yeah, so we utilize eTournament as our keeper count program and platform that we go through to get all of our fish processed. If you're looking right now, you're like, man, these guys are struggling out here. And then if you look in about 2.5 hours, there's going to be probably another 1,300 fish hitting the leaderboard that we're going to be judging and going through.
Right.
And at that point, it really comes down to making sure that our integrity is upheld and standards are met. So we look through every single one of those fish at a time, and then by the end of it, that's when we'll make our top 10. We'll finalize the payout structure, and hopefully Kenneth is going home with the check for a new lower unit. Otherwise, it might be another good day of learning for him.
Absolutely. And kind of on that note, let's talk a little bit about the fish care. I've been blown away at BAM's attention to detail and emphasis on fish care. You know, I'm still newer to the staff here, but coming in at the end of last year and noticing the differences between you and some of the other circuits that run. When the anglers come in, first of all, there are bags for every angler that BAM provides, mesh bags inside of a water bag. There are, 4 or 5 bump tanks set up over there?
We've got 5 tanks that are set with aeration, and then we've got my bump station, then another tank in front of that that's also got an aeration system. All of these tanks are also filled with a portion of chemicals, almost like a Red Bull, but it's also almost like a Gatorade as well, where they've got the nutrients in it to give these fish a little bit of a rejuvenation and start to go back into the water. From there, they go into our live release tank. So again, this time we're using the Snake River Bassmaster tank, which Kenneth already shouted out, which we appreciate. They supported us a lot for this event. But our Fisherman's Warehouse live release boat is at every tournament as well. So it's a pretty unique thing having a release boat where we can nurture these fish back to health if they aren't already in a healthy state, which the whole point of our process is to use that fish cooler in our system to maintain water levels and give adequate exposure to the fish so that when they do go back to the lake, they're going back in a fashion that actually benefits the environment that we're going to, because we don't want to come to Brownlee Reservoir and take out 1,300 beautiful largemouth or smallmouth from the population when we can bring them back just as healthy as we caught them.
Absolutely. And that's just a step above. You know, I think you'd be hard pressed to find another circuit out west, you know, going through all the steps you guys are. So, and I really appreciate that as an angler, and just as a, you know, conservationalist. So it's nice to see the anglers. They'll get out of their boat, they'll come right to the bump tank, with just a healthy environment for those fish. Bray will actually go through, he touches every single fish that is caught, not with his hands, but appropriately. And he will make sure that they're good and healthy. If there are any issues, it's something that's taken care of very quickly. So the fish come across the scale, and then they go right into another healthy environment, whether that be a release, and in this case, the release tank. And then we have another staff member who's keeping an eye on these fish in the release tank the entire time. So just incredible fish care, the steps you guys go through, and just the emphasis Mark puts on, and you put on making sure everything. I know at Havasu there was a pump that had went out, and it was a big deal. It wasn't like, we'll just, that one tank won't have what it needs today. No, it was like, we need to get the plan figured out because the fish care is critical. So yeah, great thing that BAM does, and I think that's just those are the little things that make a circuit successful, you know.
Yeah, and again, it's learned by doing. I mean, if you saw us 3 years ago when we started and we didn't realize how much of a difference the fish care station made, I mean, we still had 80, 85, 90% release rate, but especially in the colder temperatures like what we have today, which it dropped to 65 degrees, we're going to be close to 95 to 100% release rate if the fish come to us in a live state. And when they don't, I mean, if there's an angler that has a dead fish penalty, they get hit pretty hard to learn to take better care, because at the end of the day, it is a vital resource, and it's a resource that, I mean, we're not getting into an environmental state that these fish are reproducing and massively exploding on their own. So it takes the help of our conservationists. Fish and Wildlife here in Oregon came by yesterday to see our process, and we showed them what we do, how we do it, and why we do it, and they were pleased with the results, and that's a good thing to have.
Yeah, absolutely. No, a lot of good stuff. So one other thing I wanted to ask you before you have to go and do your tournament director stuff. I know you're already probably gotten a bunch of messages since you've been on here, but just one thing, for anyone listening who either wants to become more of a fan or come and check out events or fish an event, I would say the emphasis on fishing. I know you deal a lot with people signing up or even observers. What opportunities do people have to come and firsthand experience a BAM event?
So there's a lot of good opportunities, and it really depends on what you're passionate about, what your skill level is, and what your goals are in the sport. If you've been in the sport for a long time, you're not really sure how to break down a body of water, come out and be an observer, especially in one of these Super 60 events. I mean, we only had, I believe, 5 today that we structurally put out there to get additional media coverage, but it's also an opportunity that they get to be riding along with these pro anglers. They don't get a fish, but they get a watch for a $25 value. They can learn more in one day of fishing than in 5 tournaments that they're trying to catch the fish themselves.
Right.
Then we have our Pro-Am series. They can be a co-angler, get started in that for $495. They're basically getting 2 free guide trips, and if they do well in that, they get another day on top of it to fish with another professional angler. And these guys, they aren't guides because it's a tournament, but they're not going to hide their best stuff and how they fish successfully, because they're fishing for $43,000 for a bass boat. Or even the co-anglers, you pay $495, you get a fish for 3 days, and you get a chance at $4,000 cash if you win. So I don't think it's a very bad deal. But then you can sign up as a co if you're just getting started, if you've been doing this for a bit, doing team tournaments. The only way you're ever going to be a pro is if you jump in and do it. And that's really the reality of it. There's a lot of people that have the premonition that they're not good enough. They may not be able to catch enough fish. But you never know unless you try. And a lot of these lakes set up very well for individuals that don't have a lot of experience on them. The majority of the field out here at Brownlee has never even been to the reservoir. Nick Wood, I think he was leading after day 1. He came up and possibly practiced over a month ago for a day or 2. And now he's leading, and he's a California angler in a place he's had very minimal experience on. Potholes Reservoir. Second place angler for that was Cardi, and he's a fantastic angler out of Arizona. He's 24, I believe, and he's on track to trying to get into the Super 60. He's a national champion for the Collegiate Bass Series. So it's amazing what you can do if you put your mind into it, and that's what we're here to do, is create that experience, create the journey, and make it fair for everybody. And really, I don't care if it's your first tournament or your 100th tournament, we're going to treat each of you the same, because you all deserve that same standard of perfection and professionalism.
Yeah, I wrote up with Luke Johns two points, actually, for what you just said. One, Luke, we were talking about the BAM crew and the organization and what you guys are doing, and Luke brought it up that, hey, what I love about Bray, he does a great job, is that nobody gets favorites. The guy just does what he has to do. He does his job very seriously. Everything he does makes sense, and he works really hard. So Luke appreciates that. And hey, if that means that Luke gets a DQ for whatever reason, it's something that he respects, because he knows that, hey, Ray is not someone who's going to let anyone slide or anything like that. So, and another note is Luke, which is what you had mentioned. Luke grew up fishing as a co-angler. So, he came through the ranks and did everything like that too. And we got the Huntington train rolling behind us. So I guess that's our cue, Michael. Thank you for joining us on live. I appreciate it. And good luck out there the rest of the day, the rest of the event. And thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks. And again, make sure you guys tune in at 3:15, because we're going to have live weigh-in right here in downtown Huntington. There's going to be some big fish caught. If you've been following our score tracker, you'll see that there's some really good ones queued up to make this an exciting weigh-in. And if you're not sick of my voice yet, hop on to Bray's Outdoor Productions, listen to an episode. I think we'll actually be interviewing our Day 2 leaders this afternoon. So there's another chance to learn more about Brownlee Reservoir, and stay tuned for our next live broadcast, and keep watching Kenneth try to dig himself out of a challenging situation and do it with a smile on his face.
Thank you so much, Bray. We'll be back right after these messages.
Competitive anglers powered by Mercury Pro XS outboards have won more bass fishing tournaments than all other brands combined. With lightning quick acceleration, legendary reliability, and lightweight design, Pro XS has everything you need to travel farther, faster, and harder.
One look and you'll know. These fired up next-gen machines are engineered like no other. Precision tuned to excel under pressure, Vexus boats have revolutionized what quality, performance, innovation, and a true rough water ride can be. Check out the long list of advantages at VexusBoats.com. After all, some things turn your head, others ignite your soul.
Quiet, friendly atmosphere. We got some people that are trying to make more accommodations for people to come here. So they come in fishing for weeks at a time. And there's actually 2 boat launches within 5 miles of this town. There's a state park, Merrill Bend State Park. They have a boat ramp. And then we have actually 2 RV parks in here. We've got T&T RV Park, and then we have an RV park up here by the hill. We do have an outfit that has tiny homes too. Come down, enjoy it. It should be a fun experience.
It's about 12 inches. And then you'll have to get like Wyatt or one of them to come tow me. Bluegill came up again. Oh, it's always something. Well, if you're watching, you just started watching, broke a lower unit. I'm not sure what's wrong, but got no go. So I am just fishing what's in front of me. One's gonna eat it when it's sinking like that. Stay on there, little buddy. Maybe. I mean, straight dunked it. Little fat guy. I don't think he's 14, but he'd be close, probably 13 and a half. Probably not even that. Thirteen and a half. That's a largemouth too. Where did it go?
All right, guys, so still checking in here with Kenneth. Broken lower unit. He's just going to be running the bank. It sounds like they're kind of still working up a plan. I think he's going to go to another ramp that's closer to where he is and get his fish in and get his boat back that way. So, yeah, it should be interesting to see how it goes. I'm actually joined right now with Dwayne from the BAM staff. And when I came in to BAM, it was late last year, and Dwayne was already on board. How long have you been here, Dwayne?
This will be my second year, going on third year.
Okay. And man, you're running around and you do a lot for BAM during the weigh-ins, in the morning, setting up. I know you're a big part of the fish care process that BAM has in place. Just talk about kind of the emphasis on the fish and taking care of them on your end.
Oh, I mean, that's our main goal really here at BAM. And, you know, we take it serious, and we have one of the most sophisticated processes when it comes to fish care. We have cooling units, we have G-juice, we have aerators, pretty much anything that can better them getting back to the water nice and healthy in a timely manner.
Or like you called it earlier.
Oh, fish crack, yeah.
Fish crack.
Yeah, you should see them come alive when they get in that water with some of that G-juice in there, man.
Yeah, they start jumping, trying to get out of the tank.
Yeah, they'll be hopping around, splashing.
They're trying to run back to the river.
Yeah, they're like, all right, we're good to go. Let's run it, dude.
That's amazing. Yeah, you know, it's a very serious part of, and Bray and I were kind of talking about this, but it's a serious part of this whole process. And BAM has a crazy emphasis on fish care. It's really, really important to them. It's something that's discussed in the meetings, talked about after the events from Mark and Mark takes it very seriously, and you guys do a great job of that. So,
Thank you.
And then what about the release boat? Obviously, we'll talk about the setup we have for this event for the release.
Okay.
How'd you? Because I know you guys did that yesterday. So talk about how that kind of works.
Yes, we didn't have the logistics worked out for the release boat because the boat ramp is so far away, and so we were blessed with a holding tank for them, and there's aerators in that as well. We set it up with a recirculation system and pump fresh oxygen into it, and yeah, it's been a process, but we work it out continually every day, and yeah, when I first started here, it was just tanks with water.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and for the release boat, obviously those have the tanks. And Mark, does Mark have two of those now, or one or two?
So yes,
I think
he
he's
has
got
two release boats. Yep.
Right. Okay, so I think that's good to have a backup, I guess.
Oh yes,
Things always happen.
Always. And we're hoping to grow as well. You
Right.
know? So once that time comes, we'll be prepared and ready for it.
Absolutely. I know you got your hand in a little bit of a mechanic knowledge too, because I know at Havasu, I saw that cowling was off on that outboard on the release boat. What happened on that one?
Oh yeah, I mean somebody ended up losing what was it, a cowling?
No, on the motor on the release boat at Havasu.
Oh yeah. It's an older motor. And,
you gotta put a little fish crack in there.
Yeah, throw some fish crack in there, and that thing jumps around just like a fish, you know. No, there's always issues sometimes, and sometimes we have to do it right in the field and handle whatever comes and cross that bridge when we get there.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, the whole process is very impressive, and man, you must be the best fish fizzer I've ever met. You just do. I mean, he was just perfect fizz every time yesterday. Whenever he saw a fish that needed just a little bit of a pop. I mean, God, how many fish have you fizzed in the last 2 years?
Oh man, I couldn't even count. Like events like Shasta, where it's wintertime,
deep,
and every fish is deep. I mean, we're talking every fish coming across that stage needs fizzing. You know?
Absolutely.
And,
yeah.
You know, sometimes we prefer the anglers to do it, but we understand they're busy. They're in a certain game mode mindset, competition mindset,
And sometimes you just got to do them twice or 3 times.
Yes. You can fizz them, and then a certain amount of time passed, they might need more fizzing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know. I've had fish that I've had to fizz 3 times during a tournament. So just even doing the extra care after the weigh-in, Dwayne's making sure if any of them are starting to kind of get up too high, he'll pop up and get them back down into a healthy elevation in the water. So
yeah, we don't like seeing them belly up.
Absolutely. No, and you guys do a great job of that. The anglers too. BAM anglers are killer, man. These guys are all professionals.
Yep.
So that's all good stuff. Well, hey, thanks for joining, Dwayne. I just kind of wanted to provide a little bit of insight from the behind the scenes stuff and all the hard work that you guys do. So thanks for everything you do, and appreciate your time.
Heck yeah, thanks for having me, man.
Come here every year hunting, like around this lake, because it's so good. I mean, I don't know where they hunt them, but they said, I mean, like he knew exactly where this was. He's like, yeah, we go there every year and we chukar hunt. He's like, it's like the best chukar hunting in the world. Keep fishing behind Jason. I'm actually not fish behind him. What sucks is I'm right in between freaking waypoints.
All right, guys, so we're going to check back in here with Kenneth. And appreciate everyone tuning in. As I kind of stated a couple times earlier, this is a new project.
Nobody
for
can
BAM.
get the keys.
And so a lot of moving parts. So we're kind of getting the kinks worked out the best we can to get everything dialed in and bring you guys more coverage. I know today we just have Kenneth here, but we will expand that coverage and get more anglers and kind of be able to tell the story of these events in live fashion. So looking forward to that and kind of getting that coverage and grow that a little bit. So did want to say thank you for anyone that joins in. It's been a great event so far. A lot more action to come. So I hope everyone's having a great day and enjoys their weekend. So we're going to go ahead and just kind of hang here with Kenneth for a little bit. And we're going to be back maybe in about 15 minutes or so with the Bass Angler Magazine MC, the new MC, Rick Cox. Very passionate angler and is doing a great job on the broadcast, the live broadcast for the weigh-ins and emceeing and everything. So we'll be back with him in about 15 minutes and get to know Rick a little bit and his passion for the sport and fishing and his background and see what he has to say about BAM. And yeah, so we'll be back shortly.
They think Jason's me. They think Jason's me. This is the camera boats, Thomas and them. What's up? Well, this was not on the bingo card for today. Appreciate it, guys.
No problem. You're not that far from Swede's Landing.
Where's that at?
Right there.
That way?
You don't need to go there.
Okay, so just keep going.
Right here.
Yeah, just 1 mile right there.
You're right there.
On the Oregon side or
Yes.
Right there. Right where those trees are, those willows right there.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay,
right there.
and you can get a truck to it and everything?
Yeah.
Sweet.
A trolling motor juice on?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Because he could trolling motor over there.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll just fish the bank going all the way down there. I'll fish it out and have them come get me at whatever time I'm supposed to be done. So he's got the keys and everything. We just putting the fish straight into the live well, or you want them in a bag? Michael said you're taking the fish. That don't matter to me.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, because you're not.
It's 12.
It's 12.
Yeah.
Well, you can make it there. How do you weigh in?
340 or 330.
Yeah, you can both can make it. Yeah. So.
Because if we take your fish, then you got a dirt run all the way.
My weight's done, but I can keep doing keeper count. I'm not gonna make it on weight anyways. Keeper count's my only chance to get a check.
Okay.
I mean, unless I catch unless I go from 11 pounds to 18 pounds from,
Well, granted, as soon as we take them, we will.
Yeah, but I mean.
Because either way, does the weight matter if you just go on keeper count? Does the weight matter? I don't know how this.
Well, it just depends on where you fall, because if you're whatever, you would be higher in. So I don't even know where I would be with 12 pounds, honestly, that I had yesterday, almost 13. So I don't even know where I would be.
That, weight-wise, that's middle.
Yeah, so and I'm 20th with keepers, so I can just send the fish with you so they weigh them or whatever. I don't know. That's what Michael said to do, was send the fish with you.
Okay.
So.
Push them all. I'll just get the back
Okay.
all the way to you. Stay there, he's gonna bring it. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I got you.
It's the safest without a bag.
Don't have any water anymore back there.
Just going nowhere. I mean, if they fall in, they weigh a damn pound anyways. Oh, you fucker. These two cocksuckers. Oh my God. Is all there is. There is no more. I appreciate it, guys. What's it called?
Swedes Landing.
Swedes. So you'll just have to look that up when you get back, and then.
It's easy. We'll get in there. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you can almost see it from right here.
Okay.
There's even some signage and stuff. Yeah, I mean, you can see the restroom right there above the trees.
Oh, yeah. Like the little. Yeah, I got you. Okay, cool. All right. Thank you, guys. Let me get out off of you. I appreciate it, guys. What did they say?
Oh, the mouth of the powder.
No, I told them I was 5 miles upstream of the mouth of the powder. Well, that's what Michael was like, can you get here? And I looked it up. I'm like, that's in the back of the powder. I'm like, that's at least 12 miles from me. I'm like, I can't troll that far.
All right, everyone. As you can see, Kenneth is dealing with kind of what comes along with a lower unit going out. Sounds like his gears aren't moving; they're all jammed up, so that's that's not good. He's got someone there supporting him, so I don't know exactly what the plan is for him getting his fish in, but at this point, he's already talked to multiple people, so I'm sure.
All right. Well, I don't know if anyone's watching.
So, well, let's see what Kenneth has to say.
If you have been watching, you're gonna hear me say it again. Lower unit's broke. They just took my fish for weigh-in. So, well, I don't know, at 11 something or something like that. So that's what my weight will be.
Okay,
now
so
I'm just gonna keep trying to catch keepers.
So what he's doing, he's got 11 pounds. He's sending that to weigh-ins because he's not in contention with weight. So he's just getting his fish, sending them out. So he's got a bag to weigh, and then now he's just going to go for keepers. So, but I'm actually joined in studio right now with the new MC of BAM Tournament Trail, Rick Cox. Rick, thanks for joining.
Outstanding. Well, good to be here.
Oh man, it's awesome to have you. So you did your first event last weekend, and you just kind of got thrown into the mix here. Just let's talk about that. I mean, how did this come about? And,
Well,
and
it's-
how are you feeling about everything?
I was sitting on my couch probably about 2.5 months ago, and I was thinking, you know what, I'm retired now. I'd like to get back into bass fishing. And so I was looking for a Pro-Am that I could get in. And I started looking up Pro-Ams, and I come across BAM. And lo and behold, I'm watching BAM, and I run across a couple guys, Daryl Okamika, Jason Hickey, guys that I used to fish with competitively in Idaho. So I went ahead and joined for the Pro-Ams, the Northwest Division. and was going to fish Moses Lake, potholes,
fishing ambush points with a spinnerbait,
and the Columbia River. And so I fished the Moses Lake tournament and got to meet all the guys and hang out with them, help them set up and stuff like that. Told them I knew that.
Where it's slick.
You're good. I actually have him muted on the broadcast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
so you're good.
So I actually was talking to them about being an MC because they said that Ed was going to take off in 2027. He had other plans. He's moving out of state and all that stuff.
Right.
So I said, yeah, that sounds interesting. I'd like to be able to, do something for you, see if I'm what you're looking for. And he says, okay, yeah. And I never really got a chance to talk on stage at Moses Lake.
Mm-hmm.
And so then we left, and I just thought, okay, somewhere in the next 2 tournaments, they'll figure something out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as it had, Ed wound up having emergency stomach surgery.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that just kind of threw everything aside. And the next thing you know, Mark Lanzane's giving me a holler saying, hey, are you still interested? Because I could use you. And
quicker than you thought.
Absolutely. So I said, sure. And so I got kind of thrown into the hopper. And
right.
First day was a little tougher. The second day was easier. And the third day seemed like I was, kind of back in the groove. And then this day's going good.
Awesome.
It's just something that I enjoy doing. I've been in the fishing game since 1992. I'm 63 years old. I started fishing jackpots and stuff in 1992. And by about 94, 95, I think we joined the Snake River Bass Masters in Idaho. Fished that for a few years. Wound up doing 2 runners-up, Angler of the Year, and winning an Angler of the Year for them. And then co-founded the Payette River Bass Masters with a good buddy of mine named Mark Clark. We were running the Snake River pretty much, and so I knew if I got him involved that it would be a lot easier. And so I thought of it, got to him and said, hey, let's do this. And it took him a little bit, and he said, yeah, let's do it. And so we co-founded the Payette River Bass Masters. It's now the largest bass club in the state of Idaho, and we've sent Josh Pulfer to the Bassmaster Classic, Daryl Okamiki to the Bassmaster Classic. It's a nice little club. It's quaint. It's got a good payout. It's something I'm proud of that I founded and started, and it's still going strong. They
Right.
capped it last year at 35 boats because it was getting out of hand. But
Yeah.
it's a fun thing for me, and I like being around the anglers. Things have changed since forward-facing sonar because
Oh yeah.
I haven't caught one fish on a forward-facing sonar. I'm just getting back into the game, but I have a lot of respect for these guys that are doing it.
Yeah. Oh, it's still a challenge, just a different challenge.
Absolutely. And like I said, you have to be able to open your mind up and see how, fishing's going to evolve, because when I first started, guys before me, were using ropes cemented into coffee cans with knots tied every foot. And you'd say, okay, we're looking for 18 feet right here. And you count down 18 knots until your can hit the bottoms, and then you go to flashers, and then you go to, hummingbirds and Lowrance and all that. And now it's just, like we're in the Navy.
It's
you
just
go out there and look. It's pretty
every
interesting.
year it's just going rapidly. So it's a crazy industry with all the advancements and everything. You kind of touched on a little bit of your fishing background, and I know you're here because of the same reason that I'm here. We're passionate about this sport.
Absolutely.
And you've shown me a little bit of your background, and so talk about as an angler. What was your sort of path as an angler, and what were some of your favorite memories and highlights?
Well, growing up, like I said, my best buddy was Mark Clark, and he was like a Mr. Outdoorsman to me. And I started hanging out with him, and he just went everywhere. And so I just tagged along like his little brother, and we wound up fishing Paddock Reservoir, Lake Lowell Reservoir, Brownlee Reservoir, Owyhee Reservoir, CJ Strike, just fishing all these and slowly getting to get better and learning. And then that's what got us into meeting the right people that were in the clubs. And we started fishing clubs, and then that just kind of lit me on fire. You're watching the Bassmasters every weekend. You're watching the Hank Parker, you're watching the Bill dances, and you just want to, it just lights you. If you're into fishing, it just lights a fire in you that you can't describe.
Right.
And you just want to go fishing, and you want to get better at it. And that was the fun about it. Was every time I went out on the water, it was the unknown. Like, I'm going to catch my personal best. I'm going to find a rock pile that no one knows about. I'm going to do, it's just something. It was always interesting, and it was a great experience.
That's what's so cool to me about this industry and this event, this organization, BAM, the anglers in here and the staff and just everybody, we're all here. We're drawn from the same passion. That's just to catch fish.
Absolutely.
Which these guys are doing quite a bit of here at Brownlee.
Oh,
is this lake always been this good? You've fished this a lot and been around this area for a long time.
Absolutely.
Is it year round, or are there seasons where it's tough?
Well, it's like anything else. You know, in the spring they're going to come shallow. They're getting ready to spawn, and then right after they spawn, they go deep, and not necessarily deep. The bigger fish in this lake seem to want to suspend. What I found in the days is that you can find bait fish. There's a lot of crappie in this reservoir, and if you can find balls of bait fish, broken balls of bait fish, and you can target those fish, you're going to pick off some bigger fish. Otherwise, it's a lot of points, a lot of drop-offs, a lot of river ledges with rock ridges on them that taper down from a flat. There's just a bunch of unique things around here. And generally, they have a little bit of current flowing, not a whole lot. If you're closer to the dam and they're pulling, you got a little bit more current. But being on this reservoir, you know, there's 3 dams that are involved. You got the Snake River that just runs loose right into Brownlee. And then down below Brownlee, you got Oxbow, and that's another little reservoir. And then another 25 miles, you've got Hell's Canyon.
Wow.
And then that's the last dam, and then it runs all the way down to the Columbia River.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's just a really nice fishery. I mean, it's predominantly smallmouth, but there are a lot of largemouth in here if you know where to look. The Powder River seems to have a lot of largemouth in it. It's one of the only coves that has a lot of vegetation in it that's more habitatable for the largemouth bass. But once again, there, you know, I've spent my time going in there knowing that they're there and spend too long and not find them, you know, and then I'm out there trying to scratch out some. Exactly.
Yep. Okay.
It's a unique fishery, and it's nice that BAM has come up here and really tried to showcase this water. And to come up here, there's a lot of anglers in Washington and in Oregon that are sitting on the fence. And if you're sitting on the fence about going out and doing something at a high level, I would start with something like BAM. Go out and be a co-angler. I mean, it's affordable. You get to be with the pros. You can pick, I think they do 3 tournaments, the Pro-Ams. They'll do 3 in the Northwest, 3 in the West. But I mean, if you're from Idaho, I mean, Moses Lake, Potholes, and the Columbia River is about a 3.5-hour drive from here. So it isn't that big of a deal, and it's pretty fun. And you never know. If you own a boat and you're thinking about jumping out there, you've been dominating your club tournaments, you know, go out there and hang your shingle out and just go ahead and see what you can do. You never know. You think one of these tournaments out here, these Pro-Ams are paying $30,000, a $40,000 Vexus bass boat.
Right.
And, you know, and the co-anglers are fishing for $4,000. And so it's worth your time. You know, and it's just, the organization is run so good. It's just top notch. You know, BAM is we are the only pro tour on the West Coast that has a live weigh-in. And so that's something that I really like. You know, it gets you involved. And like I said, dominantly largemouth. You've got Lake Lowell that's in Napa Caldwell area. It's got largemouth. Every one of our lakes has a section of them that has a largemouth area, but that's where experience and time on the water really comes in to dial that in.
Okay.
You know, because I mean, you can catch, I mean, I can remember back in 2007, I fished a big open on the Brownlee Reservoir. We had 102 boats, and I think it was a 7-fish limit. I think 19 pounds for 7 fishermen.
Wow.
And so you can see these guys are 5 fish are bringing in 18 and a half, 17 fish, you know, 17 and a half. So, you know, these pros are really dialing it in and showing us what's out there on the reservoir of what the non-professionals can expect.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's what's cool about this group, the Super 60 guys. I mean, these are elite guys. So if they go to a fishery, not all of them, but there's going to be a good chunk of them who are going to absolutely show the potential of those fisheries because they're going to figure out the best way to catch them.
Absolutely.
So it's a pretty special thing to see them come to a brand new lake with a big professional level tournament and show the maybe
open the door to what the locals didn't even know existed. You're like, what?
Absolutely.
You don't even know this lake, and you come here and you do that. That's what's amazing about it.
And to be able to come here and catch, you know, 100 fish days, like I heard you talking about at certain times of the year, and even right now, guys are
40, 45 fish, 47 fish keepers. And what's the keeper limit? 14 and a half inches, I think.
Exactly, and that's a good fish.
It ain't 12 inch.
Yeah, that's a good fish.
Yeah, club guys would be loving to have a 14 and a half incher and trying to catch some 3-pounders.
And then pretty much at least double that for the amount of fish they're catching that are total, including the non-keepers. So
absolutely,
we're talking about coming up here for 8 hours and catching 100 fish. Well, of smallmouth too.
Yeah.
I mean, I love catching pound or pound and a half smallmouth. That's always a fun fight, and that's not even a keeper in this format. So.
Right, exactly. Well, you'll definitely get your thumb raw from catching fish on this body of water, and it's light. I mean, you can look at the lake right there. Not a lot of vegetation, but it's just a beautiful reservoir to be on, and it's a great body of water to go fishing. It has a lot of little cuts. You can get out of the wind if the wind's blowing a little bit. It's It's just a great fishery. Later on in the summer, it'll turn over and it'll get some green moss on it. You know, that algae that does that when it starts to turn over, but that's usually towards the middle of the reservoir, you know,
Right.
not so much towards where the fresh water's running in.
Right.
And then once it turns over, then the fishing starts to get good again. But
Yeah, and that's you know, that's the cool thing about BAM. I mean, obviously this place fishes good all year round, and it's immaculate at sometimes. But it sounds like anytime you come here, you're just gonna have a great day fishing. And it's cool, you know, to bring BAM here and to have all these professional anglers. I mean, these guys all have their own individual followings, right? Because
Yes.
in their areas, they are known as top-notch fishermen.
they're the hammers. They're the hammers from their area that went on to the next level.
100%. These
Absolutely.
guys are hammers locally. So, you know, I'm really happy that BAM can kind of showcase what Brownlee has to offer, and I think a lot of people are going to be maybe making some trips up here to do some fishing.
Absolutely. You know, well, like I said, you know, you can, if you don't know what the lake's capable of producing, that's another thing. In the springtime, if you ain't got 3 3/4 pounders, you're not going to be in the top 10.
Right.
And in the summertime, if you can catch a 3-pounder, you're going to be in the top 10. And that's where them fish will go and suspend. And that's where a lot of anglers that aren't pros struggle with a little bit. I think they want to go to the bank and they fish on memories and they fish points and humps and, you know, that they've had success on in the past, when in reality it's like a total different game. You dial it into what the fish are doing, and the bigger ones are basically they're just gliding down the reservoir, just hanging out with balls of bait fish.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
What's impressive too, I was talking earlier, I rode up here with Luke Johns. He's from he lives a town over from me, so we rode up together, and you know, the weather had a big shift about you know, halfway. Oh, looks like Kenneth hooked up. Let's see if he can get this one in here. That's a pretty good one.
There you go. Nice fish.
I don't know if that would have been
Helped
in
him?
his 5, but now he can't.
He can't call up weight wise.
Can't call up weight.
So
He sent
he's
his
already
bag in.
said that I'm not going to do the weight. I'm just going to go for keepers. This is
Right.
what I got to do.
Yeah. So it's a little bit of a heartbreak if he catches a good one now.
Oh, absolutely.
Because now it's not. Now it's just a keeper. Might as well just catch everything at 14 and a half.
That's
14,
right.
you know?
Exactly.
So now if he gets a 4 or 5, it's basically can't win big fish or anything.
Well,
kind of an interesting deal.
It puts you in a lane to where you know that you're not looking for a kicker, that you're just going to go and what am I successful at catching 14 and a half inches at, and you just got to go pound that away to the end of the day and hope that you can squeak into the top 10. And it's unfortunate that he had motor problems and all that stuff, but you know.
But the BAM crew got it sorted out, which is just Bray and I were talking about that and how good the BAM crew is at resolving issues and taking care of problems. So that's been impressive. And even Britt yesterday broke down at the dam. So these guys are just on it, man.
You're like 35 miles, 37 miles from here to the dam. So when they broke down to the dam, and the only way to get to the dam from Huntington is to go out and back into Weiser and go around all the way to Woodhead Reservoir, that's a long ways.
Wow. Yeah, and then even if, you know, a lot of guys don't have signal. Obviously, Kenneth has a network mobile on his boat today, but a lot of these guys aren't going to have any signal. But if you've noticed, after Kenneth broke down, he had at least 3 or 4 boats that you know, he was able to communicate with. So these guys look out for each other, and if you give someone a wave, I mean, these BAM anglers, they take care of each other, just like back in the day when Ish Monroe ran Justin Lucas's fish in for the Bassmaster Classic.
Yes.
Out at the California Delta. You know, it's that same group. And in fact, Ish is here now running the Super 60. So you know, but a lot of like-minded guys who just want to take care of each other and see this circuit grow.
Yeah, I mean, we got a couple legends of the sport fishing right here in the BAM circuit. You've got Ish Monroe that's been to 10 Bassmaster Classics. He's won over $3 million in tournament winnings. You've got Greg Gutierrez, has been to the Classic twice. He's won over $300,000 in tournament winnings. You've got Josh Pulfer's been to the Classic from my club.
Awesome.
You've got Daryl Okamika's been to the Bassmaster Classic through my club. It's just neat to see that the guys that are out here. I mean, there are some sticks out here in the Northwest. I would just like to see them jump over and try their hand in fishing at a pro circuit. I just think that if they give it 1 or 2 years, they'd find out that they can compete at that level.
Absolutely, and that's you know, BAM is building to serve as a conduit, you know, to allow a good bridge, you know, a good platform. Obviously, there's going to be pros that don't want to make that jump back east, just simply they don't want to move for whatever family reasons, anything like that.
Financial reasons is a big thing.
Financial is a big one, but I even know guys that could do it financially, but just don't want to because they're just
time away.
They got their roots in the ground here with their family and their friends.
Well, and that's where the payouts come in big. Where BAM's paying $50,000 for these Super 60s and 41,000 or fully rigged Vexus, not a fully rigged Vexus, but a new Vexus basketball that's valued over $41,000. That ain't chump change. You know, for the entry fees and what they're getting back, it's worth the time that these guys are putting into it. And they can make a living on this tour if, you know, they get good and you get some guys that are going to be in the top 5 consistently, top 10 consistently. That's where the money is, you know.
And speaking of the top 10, Kenneth is trying to make a run with keepers in the top 10. He's got another one here, and he's taking a picture. So that means it is a keeper. So he hooked up with another at least 14-inch fish there. Looks like he's working some top water, I think, with the popper. And still getting into them, so that's good. And hey, I guess the silver lining now is if you were in any other circuit right now and you just had weight,
you'd be toast.
He'd be toast. He wouldn't be fishing like he's fishing right now. But right now you could tell he's grinding, so he still has a chance with a busted motor. By getting into keeper count by submitting his fish over the eTournament app. So with that, let's talk format.
Well, what I like about this whole system is that it's something that you wouldn't even think of, because I've done this in the past where in pre-practice you go out and you get onto them. You go out during the tournament after your layoff, you're off limits time, and you pull up there and the big ones aren't there, but there's a ton of keepers. And you're like, oh my gosh, I can catch 60 of these keepers, but where's my weight? And that used to be a struggle. So then you'd run to your next spot and you might pick one good one off and one good one, and the big, you don't, it's like you couldn't dial in where they went.
Right.
But to have the keeper count, it kind of allows you to be able to settle down, catch some keepers, and then try to go hunt for some bigger fish, you know. And it's a two-way format to where you can dial it in as you go. Keeper count with collective weight until after day one, it pretty much sets you in which path you're going to follow, because you're either too far behind on the weight or the keepers, and you kind of know which path you've got to go after.
Absolutely. And, you know, that was an interesting kind of deal at Havasu too. So Luke Johns led wire to wire at stop 1 of the Super 60 in 2026 at Lake Havasu.
Hard to do.
Very hard to do. Just had an absolute monster of a weekend and such a good run. And he's doing well now too, leading AOI and having a really good showing here as well.
I think he had 47 keepers or 44
Unbelievable.
keepers yesterday.
And 15 pounds.
Yeah.
I mean, he's up there in both of them. He's really kind of breaking
consistent, and he's having fun. He just never stressed. Every time I talk to him, he just acts like, oh, I lost one that really would have helped me, and he's doing great as it is. So this guy's full potential is going to be awesome to watch unfold on this.
Absolutely, and it's just something cool to see. You know, in the circuit, we got such a variety of anglers. So you've got guys who are very established legends. I mean, guys who they don't have anything left to prove. Really.
No. They're out here to make the money. That's why BAM's paying the money. They're out here for the money.
Right.
You don't get these guys unless it's worth their time and travel, and that's what you've got here.
Right.
And then and it also fires up these young anglers that they're inspiring to be, you know, the next level.
Right.
And so if they can come here and compete against Ish Monroe and Greg Gutierrez and Josh Pulfer and Daryl Okamika and all these guys that have been established and doing some really good things, it gives you that hope that you might want to take a shot somewhere, you know. But at least
absolutely.
You can do it right here and make a living and have a good return on your investment.
Yeah, and we just saw Kenneth. He just lost one at the boat, unfortunately. That's on that popper. He's back in his honey hole. If you guys have been watching, he's back in his spot where he's just caught a ton of keepers. I don't know that he's pulled off any good ones out of here, but yeah, that was a tough one. On that popper, you know, those fish can come off, especially these these smallmouth that like to jump. So lost one at the boat there. I don't know if it was a keeper or not, but that's always tough. So I know with this format, like Luke did at Havasu, he fished both days, day 1 and day 2, until no later than about 11. And then he was able to pre-fish from
the next day.
From 11 on for the following day.
To try to find new water. And see,
exactly.
When you get to where you kind of know how it operates on a lake, to where you know it's going to be stingy and you're lucky to catch a certain amount of weight, if you can catch that and know that if you come back to those same areas the next day, you're going to struggle just as much as you struggled that day. So it's always good to have a little bit of time set aside that you can go try to find some new water, find some new areas, and add that to your milk run, because then maybe you can start at the new area and go back to your old area and go back to the, and it's just interesting to watch how these new anglers have come into this sport and totally turned it around from the old school way of thinking of things to how these new guys do it, and you can't argue against it. The success is the proof. They're doing really good.
Oh yeah, these guys are killing it. And when I first kind of was introduced to BAM and the format, I got to be honest, I questioned it. I thought, I don't know if I like that. It's kind of funky. Getting in on day 3 of the keeper count, and I don't know. I was in my mind, I was thinking no one that ever makes it in on keepers is going to end up winning because they're just on small fish. But obviously that's proven
wrong,
not to be true
exactly.
Because of what we just talked about. There are guys that are simultaneously catching a ton of keepers while preserving the big fish for day 3.
Absolutely.
So it completely changes your strategy as an angler, and it gives it a lot more layers. So even Ty Al, he came over and made the jump, and he also sort of questioned the format at first, and he loves it. Every time I talk to him, he just talks about how much he loves this format and how much more strategy
I think
have.
It takes a lot of stress off an angler that if you got all your eggs in one basket and they're on, say, 3 spots that you've been catching some really good fish, and you go there and they're not set up and you're catching barely keepers, how much time do you commit to that area? Usually half an hour, 40 minutes to see if you can weed through some small ones, get to the big ones that you had caught in before cutoff. And if it doesn't turn out that way, you have to really take and say, all right, I'm at 14 keepers, 15 keepers right now. I need to either make a move here and go to my next spot and hopefully catch something. And the way that it's set up, I think it takes a lot of pressure off the anglers because they kind of know what they're going to fall into. By day 2, they know what they're looking for.
The other cool thing about it is where this is something you just don't see in other tournaments. So if you're an angler and you are fishing a tournament where you have to have, it's just weight. Weight is the only deciding factor whether you make Championship Sunday or not, or just win the event in general. You're going for as much weight as you can each day. In this format, these guys, some of them, they're loading up for a giant day 3 bag. Yeah. Whereas in those other tournaments, they're burning the big ones as they go because they can't afford not to.
No, yeah, it doesn't do them no good to catch a 5-pounder and just count it as a keeper when that on the Championship Sunday is going to do a lot more for you.
Yeah, so it's almost like the guys who are doing well in keeper count, you can almost argue that they have an advantage on day 3 because they don't have to kill their big fish water if they know there's some big ones.
If they've got some big fish going, that's absolutely true. And then the guys that have the big fish going, day 3, day 4, it is always harder on those long tournaments to keep that consistent weight going. You always see them drop. You'll see a guy come in with 18.5 pounds, and he comes in with 17 pounds. And then on Championship, he might come in with 15.5, 16 pounds, but it's still good weight. It's just you're beating your fish up. You're taking the big ones off of the areas that have been there.
Yeah, so there's some really exciting elements to the way this sets up, and like I said, when I first heard of it, I don't know, I don't know about that. That's just the non-traditional. I just like the weights, but it has grown on me, and the biggest thing too that's made me kind of open my eyes to it is that every single angler I've talked to about the format just say they love it, and I'm like, why do all these guys love it? I'm not fishing it, so I don't know firsthand.
You got two chances,
right? And then they kind of explain a lot of what I'm saying to describe the different layers and strategies, and now I'm totally sold.
If it's day 1 and you had in practice 18.5 pounds going, and you weigh in 12.5 pounds, but you had 16 keepers, I'll bet you on day 2 you're going to be targeting some keepers. You know what I'm saying? because it just puts you in that slot, and that's why I think a lot of these guys. Like you said, today's cut day, and it's the most feared day in bass fishing because you go from 67 down to 10, and these guys have put up some good money, their time and travel, and they're invested in winning the 50,000, and so there's a lot on the line. There's a lot of strategic moves that they're going to be making. There's a lot of stuff that they can do to try to do better, but it is what it is. And like I said, I just think it's a good format all the way around. I think it gives the people that are just coming into the Super 60, it's going to be different for them, but they seem to all love it once they get in there and realize that it helps them out in the long run.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. Well, hey Rick, I really want to appreciate your time. It was great getting to know you and letting the people get to know you a little bit more. You're going to be obviously around here, and you're the face of BAM now. So
well, it's kind of scary. It all happened in a whirlwind situation. I just hope that I can fill in for Ed and do a good job. Ed does an outstanding job. We all know that. And but he is leaving in 2027 to go pursue better things or different things. And you know, you can't get down on someone for trying to, you know, better their life. And it's going to be, the future is what I'm looking forward to, and I'm excited about being part of the BAM organization. That's for sure.
And what details on the weigh-ins? Where can people follow and what time and everything for today and tomorrow?
BAMtrail.com. You can go there and look it up. And I think the weigh-ins today are going to start at 3:10, and we have 8 flights, and they're going to go all the way till 4:10. And that's going to be Mountain Time, not Pacific Time. We're going to go off of Ontario, Oregon time, because we're right here 20 miles from where the time changes. So it kind of had everybody goofed up. So I want to make sure that you guys know that it's going to be Mountain Time.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Rick, again, and it was a pleasure. And I have a feeling you and I are probably going to be talking a lot more on this live show as well. So thanks for coming on. And we're going to go ahead and go to commercial break. So thanks, everybody, for tuning in. And we'll come back here shortly with Kenneth and see how he does the rest of the day. He's going for a run on keepers, and let's see if he can squeak in, you know, to the top 10. So he's going to be going after pretty good here. All right. Well, thanks everyone for tuning in, and we will be back shortly.
It's the moment when everything is on the line and precision, power, and control make all the difference. A moment over 20 years in the making, anchored on loyalty, trust, and support that goes beyond all expectations. A relentless pursuit of perfection. All born from a revolutionary idea to help you rule the water. Power Pole.
Whether you're chasing your next tournament win or just love the sport of bass fishing, Bass Angler Magazine keeps you connected to the heart of the action. Each issue delivers expert techniques from top pros, in-depth tournament coverage, gear insights, and the latest innovations shaping the sport. From learning new patterns to staying up to date on the biggest events in professional bass fishing, Bass Angler Magazine gives anglers the knowledge and edge they need on the water. Subscribe today and stay one cast ahead. Visit bassanglermag.com and join the community of anglers who live and breathe bass fishing.
Quiet, friendly atmosphere. We got some people that are trying to make more accommodations for people to come here. So they come in fishing for weeks at a time. And there's actually 2 boat launches within 5 miles of this town. There's a state park, Harold Wind State Park. They have a boat ramp. And then we have actually 2 RV parks in here. We've got T&T RV Park, and then we have an RV park up there by the hill. We do have an outfit that has tiny homes too. You can come down, enjoy it. It should be a fun experience.
All right, welcome back to the live show of BAM Super 60 at Brownlee Reservoir. We're going to take a little flyover from our host town and marina out of Huntington, Oregon, and we're going to come into where Kenneth Cleveland is fishing north. If you're just tuning in, he actually busted a lower unit. So he sent his fish with another angler to come in to check in, but he's not focused so much on size anymore. So he's going for keeper count. That's kind of his shot to get into the top 10. So he's just going to try to blast as many 14-inch minimum bass as he can between now and weigh-in. And he doesn't have to rush to get back anymore for weigh-ins because it's just keeper count and his bag's coming in. So yeah, we're going to kind of finish the broadcast and stay with Kenneth for a little bit longer. I want to appreciate everyone for joining in and checking out our live production and sticking with us.
back hurts. close. I think he's gonna be a 13 or. Oh, jeez. Yeah, 13. This shit hurt.
right, guys. Well, that is it's about going to wrap it up for live. We're going to go ahead and end the show. I want to thank everyone for joining us today. Thank you guys for checking us out. Also, just wanted to let everyone know the program, the live program, is brand new, so we don't have every angler set up yet. This is going to be kind of a growing deal, so just taking it, in smaller steps. So looking forward to getting more anglers. In fact, we have 5 guys and a camera boat set up with live equipment. So eventually, we should have at least 5 anglers and a mobile camera boat that will be going live as well. So I did want to acknowledge that and let you guys know we're working on it. Today, Kenneth was the only person we had out there that stream was stable. So we're going to work on some stuff tomorrow and hopefully figure something out. Of course, tomorrow we're looking at just the final 10. The top 10 guys are going to be fishing tomorrow for the championship, and 5 leaders in keeper count and the 5 leaders in weight. With that said, some of the guys who do have the live setups, won't be fishing. So we'll do the best we can to get some coverage out there. Some guy, there looks like there's probably most likely at least going to be one who we can try to get going tomorrow, and then we'll follow that best we can. So yeah, looking forward to expanding the coverage in the future and getting you guys better content. For now, it's just kind of testing at this level to make sure we're ready for the next one. So thank you everyone for joining. Appreciate you. And from Bass Angler Magazine, sponsored by Tackle Warehouse, the town of Huntington, Oregon. Big thanks to our hosts here, the Super 60 at Brownlee, and everyone involved. And it all starts with the fans. So thank you guys very much for tuning in.